So we will start the opening ceremony shortly in within 10 minutes. So I would like to ask you all to remain to your seat, to return back to your seat so that we can see whether the participant is already for the opening ceremony or not. So our the presidents of the conference have already arrived here. So we will begin the opening ceremony shortly. So please return back to your seats and be ready for the official opening ceremony. พิธีเปิดจะเริ่มในอีกไม่ช้านะคะสำหรับผู้เข้าร่วมประชุมออนไลน์หากต้องการฟังภาษาไทยสามารถกดได้นะคะเลือกเป็นtranslation interpreter function นะคะเป็นภาษาไทยค่ะ So the presidents of the conference have already arrived. So I would kindly ask all of you to turn back to your seats, please. เจ้าหน้าที่นะคะขอเรียนเชิญให้เจ้าหน้าที่ช่วยเชิญผู้เข้าร่วมการประชุมนั่งที่นั่งด้วยนะคะ The president of the conference has already arrived, so I kindly ask you all, please have a seat, return back to your seat, and we will begin the opening ceremony shortly, right now, actually. Pardon. So yes, we'll start the opening ceremony right now. Thank you. Vice Chairman of Advisory Board to the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, Vice President of Chulalongkorn University, Director General of the Department of Older Persons, distinguished guests. I'm Suchida Konglet-Mongkol, Social Development Worker professional level from the Department of Older Persons, and it is my honor to be your MC and to welcome you all to the International Conference and Workshop on Strengthening Inclusive and Equitable Care System in the context of an aging society. Ladies and gentlemen, population aging is an accelerating global phenomenon, and the demographic transition are not only changing age structures, but also posing significant challenges to traditional economic models, social cohesion, and care provision. The Department of Older Persons, under the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security of Thailand, in partnership with Chulalongkorn University, the College of Population Studies, is organizing this conference with an aim to share practical insights, explore strategies, and collaboration in enhancing care systems across generations and multi-stakeholders networks committed to inclusive care models. Before we begin our opening ceremony, allow me to present you a short video highlighting the urgency of strengthening inclusive and equitable care system in the context of aging society. May I have the video, please?
By 2050, 1 in 4 people in Asia and the Pacific will be over 60. This demographic shift demands not just more care, but better care. Care that is inclusive, equitable, and rooted in dignity. Care systems refer to the organized policies, services, and support both formal and informal that meet people's needs across the life course. They include government programs, health services, family caregiving, and community networks. As needs change, care systems must adapt to remain fair and efficient. A well-functioning system ensures no one is excluded and resources are fairly distributed. It must be noted that care systems must support both caregivers and care recipients, calling for strong collaboration at all levels of society.
ครอบครัวป้าเนี่ยมีแค่กันเนี่ย3 ชีวิตนี้นะคะแล้วก็ไม่มีลูกหลานมันเหมือนความขาดความอบอุ่นพอ มีหน่วยราชการเข้ามาเนี่ยเหมือนป้าดีใจ เหมือนคิดว่าเขาก็ไม่ทอดทิ้งเลยประมาณนี้ค่ะ
ถ้ามีคนชนิดนี้ดูแลคนผู้สูงอายุจะดีมากๆเลยหลายๆคนยิ่งดีดูแลกันในส่วนถึงเวลาเขามาเยี่ยมรู้สึกว่าดีใจลูกที่เขามาดูแลนะไม่ทิ้งไม่ให้เหงาเขาแนะนำทุกอย่างเมื่อก่อนไม่รู้พอเขามาแนะนำให้ยายก็รู้บางทีก็นั่งคุยมั่ง
The Ministry of Social Development and Human Security has launched the 5x5 Let's Turn the Tide initiative to address the challenges posed by demographic, including empowering the working age population, enhancing the quality and productivity of children and youth, harnessing the potential of older persons, expanding opportunities and promoting the value of persons with disabilities, and creating an enabling ecosystem to strengthen family resilience and stability. Priorities of the 5x5 measures on older persons. 1. Promoting healthy behavior. 2. Enhancing economic opportunities and employment, extending the retirement age, and promoting lifelong learning. 3. Developing community-based care for older persons. 4. Promoting an age-friendly environment. 5. Fostering the linkage and exchange of databases on older persons. A well-functioning care system is rooted in connection, empowerment, and collective resilience. We then must come together to learn from each other and co-design solutions that are people-centered, just, and sustainable with a life course approach. Let's strengthen care systems that reflect our humanity and secure dignity for every generation.
Ladies and gentlemen, demographic transitions have already resulted in changes in population structure, socioeconomic structure, family and care structure. In this aging context, strengthening care systems that are not only effective but also inclusive, equitable, and rights-based is more important than ever. So this conference, we aim to promote and to share and exchange academic knowledge and practical experience to advance the development of inclusive and equitable care system. Beyond knowledge sharing, this gathering also presents a meaningful opportunity for us to deepen international collaboration. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to respectfully invite Associate Professor Manor Rohatepanon, Vice President of Chulalongkorn University, to deliver a welcoming remarks. And a big applause for him to welcome Vice President of Chulalongkorn University, please.
Mr. Kanok Pungtrangan, the advisor to the minister, Mr. Thana Sunthorn Sawang Sali, the Director General of the Department of Older Persons, Professor Dr. Vipan Prachur, Population Studies, and Professor Rashanok Kasanuban, the Dean of the College of Population Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and on behalf of Chulalongkorn University, it is my great honor to welcome you all to the International Conference and Workshop on Strengthening Inclusive and Equitable Care Systems in the Context of an Aging Society. This event is jointly organized by the Department of Older Persons, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, and the College of Population Studies, Chulalongkorn University. Your presence here reflects our shared commitment to addressing one of the defining challenges of our time, the demographic transition toward an aging population and the urgent need to strengthen inclusive and equitable care systems. As the data clearly shows, aging societies face increasing demands for comprehensive integrated care systems. The concept of care is multidimensional, encompassing a wide range of services, support mechanisms, and policies designed to uphold and enhance the physical, emotional, psychological, and the developmental well-being of the individuals across their life course. We are grateful for the collaboration and support of our co-hosting institutes, whose diverse expertise has greatly enriched this event. This includes from the following: from international organization, the Asian Development Bank, ADB, the United Nations Population Fund, the Asian Center for, the Asian Center for Active Aging and Innovation, from civil society and non-governmental organizations, the Keenan Foundation, Asia, Help Age International, the Asia Pacific Learning and Action Platform, the Sao Foundation, the Foundation for Older Persons Development, and the ASIM Global Aging Center. From academic and research institutions, Maidon University's Institute for Population and Social Research, the National Institute for Development Administration, the Thai Gerontology Research and Development Institute, and the Health Systems Research Institute. From professional and private bodies, the Thailand Social Work Professional Councils, the Senior Health Service and Trade Association, the Aging Thailand 2026. And from collaborative units and research unit at Chulalongkorn University, Chula Ari, under the leadership of Professor Vipan, and Labor Research for Coordination Research Unit at Chulalongkorn University, and of course, the College of Population Studies. Thank you all for your support in making this event possible. As Thailand's first institution of higher education, Chulalongkorn University is deeply committed to advancing solutions to pressing societal challenges. We believe this conference will serve as a vital platform for sharing best practices, fostering collaboration, and developing actionable strategies. Together, let us work toward a future in which older persons are valued, respected, and empowered, and where people of all ages contribute to building more inclusive and thriving societies. Thank you once again for your participation. I wish you all a productive and insightful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President of Chulalongkorn University. As you mentioned, that comprehensive care system is very vital for addressing the challenge that we are facing right now, and collaboration is the key to promote older persons' value so that they are valued, respected, and empowered. So next, may I invite Director General of Department of Older Persons, Mr. Thaksinthorn Swangsali, to be on the stage to deliver an opening remarks. Please put your hand together to welcome Mr. Thaksinthorn Swangsali, our Director General of Department of Older Persons.
Honorable speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference and Workshop on Strengthening Inclusive and Equitable Care System in Context of an Aging Society. As we are aware, population aging is accelerating worldwide, this helping the fabric of our society and economy. The old age dependency ratio is rising, facing growing pressure. Healthcare infrastructure and the long-term sustainability of our economy. Aging society are facing mounting demand for comprehensive and integrated care systems. Since the demographic shift and not only altering population structure but also challenging traditional economic, social cohesion, and the way we deliver care. Like many other countries, Thailand is no exception as one of the most rapidly aging nations in Southeast Asia. Projection indicates that by 2030, around 1/3 of Thailand population will be aged 60 and above. Developing inclusive and resilient care system is therefore critical to building society that can adapt to these challenges and to ensure to social inclusion, economic security, and security is aging. Ladies and gentlemen, the notion of care is complex and multi-dimensional. Is intended far beyond health service to include emotion support, personal assistance, social engagement, and the protection of life and dignity. Care is about supporting people's well-being across the entire life course. More important, effective care system must be seen not as a private or family matter alone, but as a shared social responsibility. Care is not confirmed to a single sector. It is a vital part of our social infrastructure that enable human development, economic resilience, and social cohesion. In doing so, our effort must be grounded in practical inclusive approach that are gender responsive, like cost-oriented, and rooted in human rights. We must ensure protection for care, respect, enhance support for caregivers, and recognize the diverse needs and contribute of other persons, caregivers, and community alike so that no one of lies behind. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathered to reaffirm our shared commitment across government, private sector, civil society, international organizations, and strategic partners. I encourage all of you to achieve, engage, share your experience, and expose new partnership. Last but not least, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers, participants, and the organizing team for their hard work and dedication is making this conference possible. I wish you profound, insightful, and successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General of the Department of the Persons. I kindly ask you to remain on the stage and as you highlight that care is a shared responsibility. It's not one particular individual sector to address this. And of course, we need to consider about diverse needs of persons. And it's now for the photo opportunities. May I invite Professor Dr. Granok Wongtangan on the stage and also the Vice President of Chulalongkorn University for the first photo of today's ceremony. And this is a special moment for us to capture the collaboration among the private, public sectors and academic institutes so that we can promote strengthening care, inclusive and equitable care system in this context of an aging society. So cameramen are working very hard right now. So yes, if you are finished, please tell me. And this is a special moment again. We have an honor from Professor Granok Wongtangan, Vice Chairman of Advisory Board to the Minister of Social Development and Human Security. And on his right-hand side, our Director General of the Department of the Persons, and the left-hand side, the Vice President of Chulalongkorn University. So I still highly ask our Director to remain on stage, and then the VVIP seats here, please. I will highly ask you to present yourself on the stage for the second section of the photo opportunities. Again, today we have a lot of participants. They are co-hosts, they are speakers, and here we have a very special persons here with us. Today we have a lot of co-hosts today. Like for example, from international organizations like Asian ADB, UNFPA, CHI, and we also have some civil society and non-governmental organizations like Hinan Foundations, for Deaf, AGAG, accept my apology if I have not mentioned your name. There are so many co-hosts today. And as you can see, this is the second moment that we capture for the special persons who are being a big part for making this today event happen. So thank you very much. May I actually invite you all of you here. Sorry. So the third part, I kindly ask the DGE, Vice Presidents and Professor going to remain on the stage. And then the second, we have the co-host here as well. This is the first group on my right-hand side to be on the stage. This is the third part of our photo opportunities. As I mentioned before, we have so many special guests and honorable participants today. So this third one will be from my right-hand side to present yourself on the stage. Again, we have so many cohorts. Let me mention that name again. Like for example, the Senior Health Service and Trade Association, Aging Thailand, Labor Research of Coordination Research Unit at Chulalongkorn University, the Thai Gerontology Research and Development Institute, and the Health System Research Institute, for example. This is just some examples of our cohorts today. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And I kindly ask you to return back to your seat. But again, the same persons, please remain on the stage as well. Our DG Vice President and Professor Gano. And next, my left-hand side, our distinguished speakers here. We have so many speakers from across around the globe here today with us. We have some special speakers from Japan, for example. And this is showing the collaboration among the public and private sector, civil society, academics, institutes. So let's capture this beautiful moment. We have so many cameras here. Right. All right, thank you very much. And that would be not yet the last one. I would highly ask you all to return back to your seats, because we're going to take the photo with the participants here. We have a lot of participants from public and private and social service society sector with us here today. So we're going to take photos together. So cameraman, your turn on the stage. Now it's your turn to be an important person here. Right. Would you like them to stand up or not? Hey, ยืนขึ้นไหมคะ Please stand up, please, for the beautiful moment that we will be part of an event that tries to promote inclusive and equitable care system in the context of an aging society. And of course, aging society is not an issue in one particular country. We all going to age. Every country is going to age soon with these medical advancements, technological advancements. Okay, so squeeze in. If you don't want to be like, out of the frame of the photo, if you want to be on our media, please squeeze in. That's beautiful. Lovely. Okay. Everyone is okay with the photo, right? ทุกคนโอเคนะคะกับรูปเรียบร้อยค่ะขอบพระคุณค่ะ please back to your seat. Thank you very much. And that is the end of the opening ceremony. So I have some exciting new session. So we have a lot of speakers and we have the keynote addresses. So distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, transforming pathway to an inclusive, equitable, and resilient care system in aging society requires various mechanisms. And these start at the policy level, rooted in the commitment and vision of a nation. And today, we have an honor from Professor Dr. Kanok Wongtrangan, Vice Chairman of Advisory Board to the Minister of Social Development and Human Security, and a former parliamentarian who will advise us how policy vision and national commitment are vital to building inclusive and equitable care system in Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Kanok Wongtrangan.
Director General of Department of Older Persons, Vice President of Chulalongkorn University, Deans of College of Population Studies, Chulalongkorn University, distinguished policymakers, scholars, administrators, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to stand before you, actually sitting before you today, to speak about a vision that touches the heart of who we are as a society. Our collective duty is the care for our elderly citizens with dignity, equality, and compassion. Thailand is undergoing a quiet revolution, not in the streets, of course, but in our homes, our hospitals, and our communities. For the first time in our history, the number of the elderly people is growing faster than any other age group. In just over a decade, 1 in every 3 Thais will be over the age of 60. We are becoming a fully aged society. And this reality brings not only challenges, but a tremendous opportunity. An opportunity to reimagine care, an opportunity to redefine aging, and an opportunity to build a society where no one grows old feeling invisible, forgotten, or left behind. Our national vision is clear. By 2040, every older person in Thailand, regardless of income, ability, gender, or location, shall live a life of dignity, security, and active participation. We do not see elder care as charity. We see it as a right, a possibility, a responsibility, a promise we make, not only to our parents and grandparents, but also to ourselves and our future. Elderly care in Thailand must be person-centered and culturally grounded in our Thai values of Bun Kun and Katanyu, gratitude, respect, and interdependence. This means recognizing the diverse reality of aging. Not all older persons are frail. Many remain active, wise, and productive contributors to society. But those who are vulnerable due to illness, disability, poverty, or isolation deserve care systems that listen to their needs, respect their dignity, and protect their rights. We envision a future where our elders are not confined to institutions unless absolutely necessary. They remain in their homes, their communities, surrounded by familiar faces and places. That is why our policy must prioritize home-based care service, community care centers, age-friendly infrastructure, and smart assertive technology, so that aging in place become not only possible, but preferable. Caregivers, whether they are family members or professional workers, must be supported, trained, and protected. Care is a real work. It requires empathy, patience, skill, and deserves dignity, recognition, and fair compensation. We will invest in the care economy, turning caregiving into a respected career path, especially for women and men, youth, and community members in rural areas. We must ensure that caregivers are cared for too. I'm pleased to inform you that Thai Cabinet has approved a caregiving project of Ministry of Social Development and Human Security since December 2023, called it Well-being and Protection of Elders in the Community. And today, the project has expanded its caregivers to nearly 350 professional workers in every province across Thailand, and will reach 900 in 2026. These caregivers will look after elder persons up to 90,000 people. I'm confident that our caregivers under this Department of Old Persons will reach 100,000 in the near future. We will embrace technology and innovation, but always with human heart. Whether it's AI-powered health monitoring, line-based emergency alert, or telemedicine for rural elders, we can use digital tools to expand access and improve safety without losing the warmth and soul of traditional care. Let Thailand become a model for how innovation can serve compassion. Our department is working closely with research institutes across Thailand on this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, welfare reform for a fully aged society in Thailand is necessary. To truly prepare for an aged society, Thailand must reform its welfare system. Our current model, built decades ago, was not designed for a nation where a third of the population will be elderly. We need a system that provides universal basic income protection for elders, integrate health, housing, and social support into one seamless care experience. By mobilizing our social capitals, such as religious institutions and private sectors, to be key partners in our welfare system. I'm also very pleased to share with you that the Department of Elder Person is working on this particular issue today. Utilize social and moral values of our community and family institution as an indispensable part of the welfare reform. I want to remind you all to climate change, which affect care and elderly resilience. It is a critical time of climate change. And it is not just an environmental issue, it is a human issue. Our elderly are particularly vulnerable to high temperature and heat wave that strains their health, to drought and flash flood that isolate and endanger their lives, to coastal erosion that drive them away from their land and home. Let us make sure that our elderly are not forgotten victims of climate stress, but the respected center of our resilient strategy. I have to confess and share with you that no policy vision can succeed without a national elderly care fund, ensuring that care is available to all, not just to the wealthy. Financing is fair and progressive. The system must be transparent, accountable, and responsive. The Ministry of Social Development and Human Security is working very hard towards those goals. To make this vision real, we need more than scattered programs. We need a coordinated national system that integrates health, social welfare, housing, and community support under one strategy. It's very easy to express this statement, but very, very difficult to implement it. And I can assure you that at the ministry, we are working very hard to commit to this principle. A National Elderly Care Coordination Commission must be created to lead this transformation, monitor impact, and drive reforms guided by data, dialogue, and the voices of the elderly themselves. We must not design elderly care for the elderly. We must design it with them. They are not passive recipients. They are experts in their own lives. We will establish Elder Council, promote intergenerational initiatives, and ensure older people participate in the planning monitoring, and shaping the care services. This is how we make care inclusive and democratic, as well as equitable. Ultimately, this is about changing how we see aging, from decline to contribution, from burden to wisdom, from fear to respect. This is what we believe in on this issue. Let us build Thailand where growing old is not seen as the end of the road, but a continuation of variable journey, one that still has much to offer. Let us ensure that no elder ever feels alone during the heat wave, a flood, or a time of illness, because they live in a country, Thailand, that cares. My dear colleagues and friends, let me conclude by stressing these statements. To care for our elderly is not just a policy decision. It is a moral obligation. It is an act of national love and humility. This is Thailand in our heart. Let Thailand become a country that leads the world, not only in how we secure our national independence. Thailand, as a matter of fact, never been colonized since the inception of our history, but in how we honor our humanity, particularly our elderly persons. Together, let us build Thailand where every elderly person can say, I am seen, I am safe, I am valued, and I am loved. Thank you very much for your attention. ขอบคุณครับ
Big applause to our Professor Dr. Kanok Wongtarangan for your touching and kind words. And yes, of course, we have heard that he had highlighted us about dignity, equality, and compassion when you have to address the problem in the promoting care system. Thank you for the music anyway. And of course, policy, we need to promote aging in place. That is just not just possible, but preferable, of course. And of course, we must not think about other person's at a decline, but of course, a contributor, not a burden, but a wisdom, not a fear, but a respect. And of course, Thailand is a country that we care. So we care, we honor other persons, we respect them. So we have to, Thailand is very proud to be a country that cares about other persons with honor and humanity. And again, a big applause again for his climbers. That was a very touching moment for me as well. Yes, and that summarizes our policy vision and national commitments for building an inclusive and equitable care system in Thailand. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay, good. Any more? No? All right. Aging and care are not limited to a national context, as you mentioned, but a regional one. Coming up next, we have an honor from our Mr. Srinivas Tata, Director of Social Development Division, United Nations Economic and Social Commissions for Asia and Pacific, or UNESCAP, will guide us how to advance regional cooperations for inclusive and resilient care system in the face of population aging. Mr. Tata, if you're ready, the floor is yours. And again, big applause for Mr. Tata. Music, yes.
Professor Manoj Lohitapanant, Vice President of Chulalongkorn University, Mr. Thanasunthon Swansang Lee, Director General of the Department of Older Persons, Professor Kanok, Vice Chairman of the Advisory Board to the Minister of Social Development and Human Security of Thailand. Distinguished guests, participants, it's a deep honor, and I would like to extend my immense gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to speak at the opening, rather deliver one of the important addresses at this very important meeting. It's very difficult to follow a speaker like Professor Kanok, who has inspired us, who's made my job very easy in laying out and providing an entry point for a lot of what I wanted to say. And I really think that following him will be very, very difficult, but I will do my best. But moving on from a Thailand context, perhaps to a regional context, to see how the issues faced by Thailand are also faced by the entire region. How Thailand can be an inspiration, because based on what Professor Kanakan explained, there's a deep vision. And of course, the Director General explained also certain areas where Thailand is taking the leadership. But this is, as you all know, it's not just, it's an issue for the entire region. We're living in the fastest aging region in the world. Now, it's important that we look, and already the previous speakers have referred to it, that demographic, we are the fastest aging region in the world. And we're aging not only the shift that was happening perhaps in over half a century in Europe and other regions of the world where they had more time to prepare, is perhaps happening over a couple of decades. So the region is in a situation where many countries are aging, becoming old before they become rich. So it demands innovative solutions. And again, our demographic shifts must be seen in the context of other mega trends that are happening in the region. It cannot be seen in a silo. And we heard before that we have mega trends like emerging technology, including digitalization, which provide both an opportunity and can be a threat if we don't ensure equitable access. It'll widen inequalities. Urbanization, of course, increased inequalities, and Professor Kanok referred to climate change and environmental degradation. So it's important when we look at population aging, you got to look at the impact that this has on the other mega trends and vice versa. Now, this is one of a graph that you have seen many times before, but it shows the progress our region has made. Why have we reached where we have? This is a considered decision. I mean, we have improved healthcare and access to reproductive and social health services, sexual health services. So that has resulted in this dramatic drop in fertility rates across the region. At the same time, life expectancy has improved. And you can see the sharp drop in our fertility rates, which have come down to well below replacement rate in most of the countries. Now, this was a part of our policies. We wanted to extend choice to women. We extended better health services. We want women to join the labor market. So sometimes we hear this, think about the aging tsunami, the disaster that is aging. But listen, we planned for this. We just did not adapt well. We need to adapt better. We need to adjust our societies better. The societies of the future will be older, but we just need to adapt better to it. But the concept of aging has to change and is changing. And these figures are already well known to you. I'd like to move quickly through at times. If I sound like a bullet train, you must pardon me because I'm just trying to keep to time. You know, the number of persons, and I'm looking at 65 plus, 60 plus will be even higher, has grown 8 times since when you look at the mid-1950s. That was, of course, one can assume was a very low threshold. But then it's going to double from now to 2050, from a very, very high base. So we are looking at a considerable, the region will have at least between 1/3 to 1/4 of the population being above, being older persons. Now, it's important, like previous speakers said, don't paint older persons all with one brush. The number of oldest old is also dramatically increasing in proportion. In fact, that is the fastest increasing proportion, the 80 plus. The 65 plus is not only growing, it's the 80 plus population, and it has huge implication for care. So the 80 plus population growing in all the regions. I moved on a bit faster. This is the 80 plus population, as you can see across. You can see, and come 2050, you'll see what will be the highest proportion there. In Asia and the Pacific, 28% of older persons will be 80 and above. Not of the total population, but of the population of older persons. And when you look at certain other regions like East and Northeast Asia, it'll be 35% of the older persons will be 80 plus. And Southeast Asia, 22%. So you got to remember that there are differential needs among older persons. And again, how much does it affect all the countries? When we started, and this is well within our lifetimes, in 1990, when we started talking about population aging, only 9.2% or 7 countries in our region of the ESCAP membership, 7 countries were considered as aging, okay? In 2024, 2 have become super aged, 7 are aged, 7 and 22 are aging, with the remainder still being considered relatively young. But jump to 2050, I don't think there's any country in our region which is either not aging or aged or super aged. Look at those which are super aged, that is about 20%, 21% of population 65 plus and above. 36, 19 countries, 10 will be aged. It is an issue for all the countries in the region. Even those countries which think we're relatively young, before a blink of an eye, you're going to be an aged society. You need to prepare, and the time to prepare is now. And that is why meetings like this, events like this are so critical. Now, I'm going to focus on, we know that females live longer than men. So I'm going to look at one statistic, that is life expectancy at 60. And if you look at life expectancy at 60 and look at healthy life expectancy at 60, you will appreciate that a considerable portion of our life after 60 is going to be spent in ill health or disability. Now, we often hear it's not only important to add years to life, but it's more important to add life to the years. It's important that we reduce that band of ill health and disability. That's why Dr. Somsak is here, the talk of healthy and active aging, the need to close that gap and reduce that period of disability. And that is why care is so critical. Inevitably, whatever you do, there will be a period. We need to reduce that period, but also extend care. We talked about the necessity for income support for older persons. Are we preparing well for that? As it is, the pension coverage in older persons differs. There are some regions which are higher, but across the region, when you look at it, we look at proportion about statutory receiving a pension. It's not very high in many countries. But remember again, a number of these are non-contributory pensions. So maybe the adequacy of this is an issue. Yes, we are doing, many countries are trying, but the Southeast Asia and South Asia subregions are really lagging behind, where a significant percent of older persons do not have income security. So actions like are being considered by Thailand are critical. One very important sense, we often think, oh, our families are there to take care. Are families existing in the shape that you think they were before? I like to draw your attention to 2 statistics here. Look at the number of single person households. And these are from a number of OECD countries, but also you have Thailand down the list there. There is a significant number of older person households. In all super age societies, the number of single person households are really high. It's 1/4 of the total households. Often it is an older person who's lost a spouse. Usually it's the woman, perhaps, because they tend to be older, live longer than men. But this is a pattern. But also look at the number of couple households without children, which is significantly high. If you're going to talk about family looking after, you will realize that leaving it just to the families without support from the community or the state is really not a fair way of looking at it. We are just looking at all the factors where care then determines. And still, I mean, in older persons, while they continue to remain with family members in Asia Pacific, as you can clearly see, in other regions of the world where aging has progressed, there will be a shift where family members, where older persons will either live alone or just with their spouses. Now, I'd like to draw an attention also to what has happened as a result of the whole rapid aging and demographic change. For the first time, because of the significant increase in proportion of older persons, we have people of different generations living together for the first time. So the importance of intergenerational relations need to be understood. We are moving from where that lovely pyramid structure that you're used to perhaps a pillar structure where different generations live together and understanding, and these intergenerational relations cut across a number of sectors. We have to manage and strengthen and intentionally address the issue of intergenerational relations, not just in the area of care, culture, values and narratives, climate change response. Older persons are not only impacted more by climate change, but they can be extremely good resources to address climate change. Don't see them as passive, just people being affected. They have a lot to offer. Living arrangements, housing, which was referred to by my previous, production and consumption, so the assumption, and I'll show that in my next graph, that older persons, once they retire, are passive recipients. No, they have a lot to contribute and do contribute economically. And so, as you can see, intergenerational relations affect a range of sectors and a range of areas. And we need to acknowledge that we need to handle this and strengthen the way where the two-way exchange is highlighted. Yes. Care work, I know. Yes, I will go like an express train now. We know what care work involves. I'm coming down to the specific area of care. Involves activities, relations to meet physical, psychological, and emotional needs of children, old and young. As we know, care work can be paid or be unpaid. And I'll come down to some things that you already know. Women in Asia Pacific spend 2.5 times more time on unpaid care work than men. Men in our region perform the lowest amount of care work, only 1 hour on an average. We have to do better as a region, of course. But then we, therefore, are facing a huge care deficit. And a large proportion of this care is being delivered by older persons, older women in particular. We often think that older persons are the ones who always are receiving the care. We have done national time transfer accounts. Older persons themselves are actually providing care. In a number of countries, older persons are actually providing more care to grandchildren. Older women are providing care to their husbands. So actually, there is a misconception that older persons are net receivers of care, whereas national time transfer accounts suggest that older persons give more care than they receive. Now, there are a number of, we have the ASEAN Declaration on the Care Economy and Fostering Resilience, which shows that as a region, we are trying to address the care economy. We're trying to do it in a structured manner. We are looking at promoting female gender labor force participation, at the same time strengthening care economy with contribution from all sectors. And we have very clear commitments under a number of documents, starting from MIPA to a number of WHO and SCAP declarations, where LTC, as has been stressed before, is stressed as a fundamental right, long-term care. Yes, I think this was again, and that's why I was very grateful for him to introduce this. Care needs to be looked as an integrated, comprehensive package. Not easy, but is a must in the long term. We ought to integrate the intergenerational approach, the contribution of younger persons, importance of rights and dignity. It needs to be comprehensive, integrate both community, more importantly, self-care, the role of family, the role of community, and the role of different sectors, the social sector and the medical sector, all together. Accessibility, adopting a preventive approach of avoiding injuries and avoiding keeping older people active for longer, integrated systems and equity in care and sustainability. A number of countries have committed, according to our surveys, for providing LTC service or plan initiatives for older persons, long-term care for older persons, and at least 15 countries reported they are implementing long-term care systems. But of course, the depth and the coverage is varied across the region. So we are looking at comprehensive government-funded systems. We're looking at mixed model approaches with public and private sectors in some countries. We have community and family care-based models. We have some systems with pilot programs and localized initiatives. There is often in many countries a huge reliance on informal care. And whereas some high-income countries are much more strong on aging preparedness, have very structured LTC programs which are linked to the universal healthcare programs. So I'm going to leave you with few issues for your consideration. I'm going to ask you to consider how are you going to balance health and social services to meet comprehensive needs? And I'm sure your later panels will address some of this. How do you expand long-term care to cover both frail populations, but also populations before they become frail, to prepare them better so that they stay active, they stay healthy, so that they do not become frail? Strengthen the role of communities, especially when family sizes are shrinking, and in low resource settings, the role of community is very essential. Data, services, policy frameworks, of course, we need to have evidence-based policy. We need aging in place. Older persons would like to age where they live and where they reside. Financial sustainability, gender and disability-friendly LTC services, the use of technology, encouraging intergenerational support. My last slide, we have a fifth review of the Madrid International Plan of Action. We'll be sending out a survey. We'll have the national reviews in 2026. And in 2027, we'll have a comprehensive regional meeting to feed into the global meeting. This meeting provides you an opportunity to highlight care as a central part of our approach. So thank you very much for your patience, and I apologize for going a minute or two above my allocation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tata, for your insightful presentations. And you have highlighted that maybe policy need to be gender responsive in terms of, you can see the number of the female members in the family, and not just live longer, but healthier. So healthy aging may be the key, and older person, we have to consider them as a resource, a contributor to the economy, not a burden. And so that we can ensure that all are with rights and dignity. And that's it for our second speaker of today. So coming up next, again, care is not just an individual task, as it's involved us all in one way or another, as a care receiver or a caregiver. And today we have an honor for Mr. Adipavarankanan, officer in charge from UNFPA Thailand, Head of Office, UNFPA Thailand, who will kindly introduce us how to promote a right-based and life cycle approach to inclusive care across generations. And a big applause for him, please.
Good morning, distinguished representatives from Chulalongkorn University, Vice President of Chulalongkorn University, as well as Director General of Department of the Older Persons, Ministry of Social Development and Human Security, Professor Kanok, Professor Vipan, Professor Rakshanok, Siniwa, Dr. Somsak, and Kun Sawang, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as part of UN team, UNFPA is leading agencies in mobilizing the advocacy campaigns or advocacy work for the aging society here in Thailand. Today, I would like to start with like why does inclusive rights-based approach and is important for the aging society. That's kind of argument for me today. We'll start with like the situations of Thailand and also some other countries in Asia and ASEAN, and also like to present you with some kind of like framework and probably the sample of work or solutions that UNFPA has been mobilized the resources and also working with our key partners to address the issues of aging society. For aging society, next slide, please. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I have this remote here, but I didn't see it. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Why does inclusive and why that inclusive and rights-based care matters in aging society, right? So we look at the proportion of aging society, aging population here in Thailand first. You see, for Thailand, we kind of like have from the chart, you see that the lower one is the children group, the middle one is the working population, and the highest one is the aging population. I'm not sure how to do this. The lesser you don't see, right? But it's okay. For Thailand, we kind of like have the proportion of aging population more than 20%. You can see like at the top of the bars of each country in Asia, in ASEAN countries. Only in Thailand that we have the largest proportion, which is about 20 something percent. Okay, it's all right. Okay, so this is the population pyramid here in Thailand. You can see like for here, you look at across the generations, even though the population aging is increasing, but we also face the double burden, which is the much lower proportion of the children born each year. And also we see that in the future, the reduction of number of births lead to the reduction number of working age that leads to the larger number of the elderly or the aging population, and the low fertility is the key kind of like factors that results in this picture. The low fertility is not only the number, but there are a lot of underlying factors behind, right? So in order to have a family, there are a lot of factors that a family or woman would consider to start a family, be like economic factors, social factors, education, childcare, and also the welfare during the working age for women and other family in order to start a family. So with that picture, we would like to introduce the life cycle approach to aging. When we look at the aging society, we cannot omit or neglect the other population groups. We need to prepare the whole society from the children, younger population, youth, working population, and then the elderly. We have to look at the whole picture in order to address aging society effectively. So no matter what the changing demographic situation, UNFPA is working on population, key population, especially women and girls. We need to prepare them from youth in order to address low fertility, address rise and choice, to help them with the education, with the mindset of the responsible citizen that have access to right information and also services that they need. And for youth empowerment, it's very important to support them to fulfill their full potential. the young people cannot grow into the working age or go into the elderly without proper education, without proper capacity building, without proper social support where they can thrive, where they can prepare themselves. While the working age is also important that the government or the society, companies or employers needs to provide them with the proper welfare, proper fringe benefits and support them when they want to start family, provide them with the enough leave days for both paternal and maternal leave, and also provide the child care in the workplace, for example. And for the aging society, we know that now key population or aging population is growing. We need to look at the silver economy. We need to look at the capacity of the older elderly or untapped workforce that are not being utilized. What kind of employment that can still provide to them? What kind of healthcare or what kind of economies that can generate from this aging society? So Thailand need to tackle, or no, we need to adapt to the aging society or the demographic shift. Demographic shift is happening all the time. So I'm not sure. So from here, you can see like life expectancy and healthy life expectancy are different from men and female, as mentioned by UNESCAP, that females live much longer, but with the feminization on aging, women also face more burden than men. They usually live alone more than men elderly do, and also they might not have access to income or social support that as many as the men have. Gender plays a crucial role here. I'm so sorry. I think I opened the wrong one in here. So genders ranking here in Thailand, we have also some disparity for the gender equality, especially the political empowerment remains the most challenging area for Thailand. Women is at higher risk of poverty and abandonment, and once they are widow, men less likely to have to see the doctor due to social norms. We can see like in the case of social support for working mothers, limited potential paternal leave. But in Thailand, we have already issued the paternal leave already, right? So that's something that good happening in Thai society. For the challenging in the economy or employment, the slowing down of economy right now, there will be like the trap for Thailand that still need to address. We see that the rise of non-communicable disease that needs to be addressed, especially the disabilities in old age, which is very important that we need to provide support, especially the universal design, universal healthcare support for the elderly. This is the also the challenge in the aging society. We can see that more women are taking care of the elderly. That is not equal. So women are taking away their time instead of like to be productive in the market, labor market, but they have to care for the family. So this is some of the strategy or the solutions that we have proposed to address the low fertility and also population aging. For example, allied initiative across the government, online ministries, and also civil society. We need to provide event-based policy. We need to have the development human capital development ensure the equal opportunities for all populations. We cannot focus only the young age, but we also need to think about reskill and also upskills for working age, also aging group. Intergenerational solidarity is important. Family support, gender And silver economy is important. That can be the potential for Thai economy, where we can encourage the female participation in labor force more, and also the elderly into the labor participation. We can promote the right protection, ensure health and well-being for older adults, and focus on older women's need and men care's involvement as well for the family care. In terms of fertility support, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of factors that, for the family to start a family or women to have children. So we have to address those issues. And climate adaptation, which is we can see now in a lot of provinces now, we have the floods, also the pollution during the wildfire seasons. So these are very crucial for the marginalized group, the vulnerable groups, especially the older person who cannot move or who cannot relocate. What kind of mechanism, what kind of plan that we provide them and also care. So for UNFPA, what we do, we're trying to move the whole society approach. We draft the plan among different UN agencies for the UN country team to lead the whole of society approach, lead the collaboration of UN country team for collaborative response. We want to bridge policy implementation gaps. Each UN agency have different mandates, have different focuses. When we work together, we can support the government in different angles, in different issues that can move the whole society to address aging society. We also want to raise the public awareness regarding to the pre-age literacy program, promote intergenerational solidarity, develop collective solutions for healthy aging, and also to have technical support and data collaboration. This year is the census year for Thailand. We will have the updated data, disaggregate data for people of all ages, especially the elder persons who live in rural and in the urban areas. And especially the last one is our migration policy needs to be strengthened in order to provide the replacements of the labor force that we don't have it. So maybe I have 2 minutes left. I think the next one will be the case study for UNFPA that we have initiated some of the programs that we work with the government. The first one is we're trying to use the innovative analysis tools called National Transfer Accounts. We just held a global NTA meeting earlier this year that we can share Thailand's best practice on using these NTA tools to analyzing the aging society. We also have implementation, the national capacity building for the data producer, National Statistical Office to produce the regular and robust data, population data, and also prepare for the population projection, which is very important for national planning at all stages and at all levels. And also we also have the strengthen the serious registration and vital strategies system, where vital statistics system here in Thailand in order to address all the issue, because you can see there are differences among provinces, among regions where more older persons live in certain areas, and then we can provide the services and measures accordingly. The last, I think the last but not least, I think one of the slides is missing is about the platform that we have now, the digital platform, which is called SoSafe, or the life cycle digital platform, where we provide the information of the people at all ages, from young group, young population group, working age, and also the elderly, where they can access the information. If you like, you can also add friend right now. You go to Line application, add SoSafe, SOSAFE. So not only the information that we provide for the people at all ages, but you can also report cases. If you have cases of abuse, cases of like gender-based violence, cases of domestic violence, especially older person where they can not really move freely. They can use the digital platform to update or to report the cases where they have abuse. And also we provide the training to the government agencies and also civil society to use and to provide service through the platform. These are some of the work UNFPA's work together with other UN agency and key partners to mobilize the solutions to address the aging society, to look at the problem of aging society or the challenges of aging society as a whole, not only one age group, but across generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adipak. So yes, you have mentioned that when you talk about life core support, we need to highlight how to support health and well-being rights across all ages. And also, he has also highlighted the intergenerational relationship. And amidst challenges, there are opportunities. So we need to focus on a gender and silver economy, bridging intergenerational gaps, and of course, migration policy. We have to look at this. And of course, adaptation is not just limited to climate change, but also aging societies. So thank you very much. And coming up next, the fourth person that we have here today, as the world is aging, ladies and gentlemen, we can't deny that preventive care is much more effective than curative care. And this requires coordination, cooperation, not just at national level, but regional one. And today, Dr. Somsak Rasin, Executive Director of ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation, or ICAI, will be telling us how to foster ASEAN's collaboration to strengthen active aging and care ecosystems. Thank you. So please, again, a big applause for him.
Dear DG from DOD, Professor Kanokung Tangan, colleagues and friends, let's move to a kind of regional collaboration. Could I have my slide, please? Oh, okay. Since I'm working for ACAI, ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation, you will see our very short history along my slide. But now let's move from Thailand to ASEAN and see what should be done or what have already been done. Oh. Okay. You can see from this slide that in ASEAN, now we have 10 countries and going to be 11 if Timor-Leste join, that will be maybe next year. You can see we mix up not only aging society, we have aged society, aging society, and also pre-aging society. So to deal with this kind of different situation over ASEAN country is not so easy, I have to say. And okay, sorry, forgot this. For this, I think it's summarized quite clear that in 2021, 1 out of 10 are older person, but in 2050, 1 out of 6 will be older person. So how we can turn the burden to be the power, as Professor Kanok has addressed in his remark. And if you see this kind of figure, you can see from the top, France, they use around 115 years to change from, the older person above 65 from 7 to 14%. More or less for the Western country, more or less we can say more than 50 years. So that means they have longer period to prepare for their society. And frankly speaking, most of them, they are rich before old, right? But if you see the second half, you can see that we have allowed 20 years. For Thailand, we have 20 years to change from the pre-aging to be aging society. And we have, again, to confess, now we are poor before, we are old before rich. We can say we are old and a little bit poor, right? How we tackle with this? Okay, this is the summary of all ASEAN countries, including the Timor-Leste. You can say, you can see it range from 13 years to 31 years. Brunei Darussalam may have no problem because they are rich already, right? So we do need this kind of health and social care. Thanks for both Chulalongkorn University and also the Division of Older Person for holding this kind of very important event timely, that we should prepare our society to deal with this kind of problem. What have ASEAN already done? More or less, we have the Kuala Lumpur Declaration in 2015. That means 10 years ago that ASEAN has already addressed this problem. So ASEAN has already prepared to tackle with the aging society. And from that, my center as a kind of more or less result from their initiative. You can see from 2015, the Kuala Lumpur Declaration, and then I have done nothing. Okay, thank you. I will try. Oh, yes. Is it okay? Please don't move any slide. Okay. In 2017, our former Prime Minister, General Prayut Chan-o-cha, he proposed to have a kind of regional mechanism to tackle with the aging society. And you can see we used quite a long time to setting my office, ACAI, ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation. We got the agreement of establishment 2 years later, and 4 years later, we got the legal endorsement from Royal Thai government. And my office just start running in September the 1st. That means more or less 10 months or 11 months. So I have to confess that we are very in infancy period. We try to do things with help from all of you, with contribution from all of you. So welcome for any contribution. And we have launched the official 5-year strategic plan, April this year. What is it? You may see a lot of problem, and so many speakers has already addressed, this kind of problem that we have to tackle. So, Charen saying, I won't go into detail because many people already spoke. But what should we aware of? First, how we can, respond to their real need, the older person real need, not the want. Because, under this kind of digital social media, there are so many want. How we can tackle with this? For me, quite difficult. And also the resource. In fact, I should say the resource is here and there. But how we can incorporate both from health, from social, and from other funds. Also include the private sector. How? I think this we should aware of. And for us, for archive, the collaboration is the key answer. For Thailand, okay, you need to, try to incorporate different ministry. I used to work for Ministry of Public Health before, and we know sometimes we act as a kind of silo. How we can incorporate this, both from ministry, from academic, from the media, from the private sector, from NGO. That quite difficult to do, but that's what Akai trying to do now. You can see that with the help from Thai ambassador to ASEAN, we went there and had more or less try to negotiate with so many organizations, including ASEAN Plus 3, ASEAN Plus 6, and also the European community to build up some kind of network. So I won't go into detail. This is a kind of our mission and what we have done for our 5-year strategic plan. And here is our 5-year strategic plan that try to cover, all dimensions that we have to tackle with the aging society. You are interested in, we have QR code. Sorry, you can go into detail there. And maybe you can help us. Our board chair, he's very keen that the strategy should not be fixed. It could be adapted. Because when time change, everything change, we have to change as well. And here, the multi-sectoral, as I just mentioned, that we try not to work with a kind of silo, oriented. But when we see the partner, you can see from here, there are so many partners. So we position ourselves to be a kind of connector. How we connect different partners or international organizations to work together. First, we said, Akai will be a connector. We are not a kind of full responsible person to do the thing there. But the country themselves, the country yourself, you are the project owner, right? That's why we try to strengthen the country coordinator. Now, Akai, we have settled country coordinator with the approval from our board member that each country of ASEAN member state will send 2 country coordinator, one from health, the other from social or other sector, to work together. And we will try to translate our 5-year strategic plan to be a regional plan. We are going to have a kind of workshop in coming September, right? September, okay. My staff not September, and then we try to, after that, the regional plan should be incorporated with the country plan. We have a series of workshops in Thailand, September 2025, in Japan, October 2025, and then we will follow up our action in the PMAC 2026. That's what we plan. What we try to do first, we try to have some playground as well. Now we try to initiate a kind of twin city, learning from Japan, because Japan, you are rich before you old, right? So we try to learn from you. I have joined the Fukuoka ACAP 20th meeting, and then we try to pair Fukuoka with 10 ASEAN members city to be a kind of, more or less sister cities or twin city, learn from each other. In Thailand, we said Rayong. Why Rayong? There are so many answers. GDP number one in Thailand if you not count Bangkok. And Rayong is a seaside, also EEC, and also agriculture for very delicious durian, right? So Rayong has now more than around 21% of Rayong population are aging population. So we try to more or less use Rayong as a kind of one comprehensive aging city, a kind of aging friendly city, if possible, and learning again from Japan. And also we try to, as Professor Kanok has already mentioned about the importance of the digital disruption. We try to use a kind of gamify. Now we try to invent the game for aging by include all index in this one. And then we can more or less, if possible, we can evaluate their status from their gamification. This application will be available within the next 3 months that we try to do. And using, again, in Thai, it's 5 R. Sorry to speak in Thai. อาหาร ออกกำลังกาย อารมณ์ อาชีพ ออม นะครับ แล้วก็ the last one is on อาสา volunteer. This will be, this we draw more or less, oh sorry, we draw more or less from the active aging index, try to incorporate that whatever that we can evaluate the aging situation of each person if possible. And we just signed MOU with the NUS, try to bring in Singapore because they are more or less in ASEAN the most advanced country to tackle aging in ASEAN, to my knowledge, frankly speaking. So they have done a lot, but frankly speaking, I'm not sure if there is any person from Singapore. They contribute not so much. That's why we try to bring in NUS here to set a kind of evidence-based informed policy. And here is the active aging index that we try to use. More or less, one professor from Japan, Professor Hayashi, she has already invented a kind of healthy and active aging, but we try to adapt that index to be ASEAN active aging index and try to more or less, how can I say, imitate that to be a kind of simple tool in our game, if possible. That's what we do. I will close my speech. I used to be a DG of DMS, Director General of Department of Medical Service, and I retired 3 years ago. At that time, I have tackled with COVID-19. You know a lot about COVID-19, and we know very well that we have to change from hospital-based medical service to be a kind of personal-based, as Professor Kanok already mentioned, right? Person-centered. How? But during COVID, you can see many COVID patients, no need to go to hospital. They can stay at home and get their medical service. Why not the aging service? That's why I would like to conclude with this. If possible, all of us here, we can help our beloved older person, including many here. We can change from facility-based to be a kind of people-based, using digital to disrupt. And it could be a kind of, service anywhere, anytime, if possible. Again, Akai cannot do that, but with all contribution from all of you. And for ASEAN, okay, let's shape the future of aging. ASEAN, I'm not sure if you have ever heard about the ASEAN anthem. There is a sentence They said, we dare to dream and we care to share. Please, this morning I met professor from Japan, said that, oh, we have a big dream, right? But how we can turn this dream into action and into result for our beloved aging people again. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Dr. Somsak. After saying, yes, we dare to dream, we care to share, but how can we realize the dream that we share, right? So yes, we have a lot of plans. We have strategic plans. We have Kuala Lumpur declarations. But again, we need to respond to the real needs of older persons, and collaboration among multi-sectors is the key. And so that Asian countries can be active aging and people. He has also highlighted people-based aging service, which is very news to me. And of course, he also mentioned about the young active aging initiatives, Fukuoka Council, and we have a professor from Fukuoka today to talk about this, maybe in during the discussion panel. And yes, so we have come to the last speaker of today, but unfortunately, he's not here. He's going to send us the pre-recorded video. But before we have a look at the video, I just want to invite all of you. We have the exhibitions out there. So after this speaker, we will guide you, especially our VVIP guests, to visit our exhibition. So yes, the last speaker here today. So why commitment and corporations are very crucial, right, in fostering inclusive care. But of course, and in transforming care, we need new way. We need some kind of innovation in care delivery. And through this pre-recorded video from Mr. Eduardo Klein, lead regional representative and Asia Pacific regional representative, Health Age International, has given us an honor today through the pre-recorded video to inform us how to transform care through community-led and age-inclusive innovations. And I believe for and a video, please.
Good morning. Sorry I couldn't be present in person, but thank you for the opportunity to address this conference online. I'm going to talk about the innovations in care happening in the region in the scope of broader innovations in adapting to population aging. If we can see here in this slide, I mentioned 10 areas of innovation, from whether integrated national plans and strategies rather than just isolated plans on aging, whether having long-term care integrated strategies, or work understanding and developing appropriate approaches to work in old age, or health and technology, etc. You can see these 10 areas. Two characteristics. One, they are integrated. You cannot have a long-term care strategy that is isolated from work in old age, or climate action, or inclusive social protection, or even the ways you generate data. That's one observation. The second one is that at the core of these innovations, of every single one of them, is the reframing of aging. Means understanding aging societies and older people in the scope of aging societies in a different manner, rather than seeing older people as a burden in health in the pension systems, like has been traditionally the case amongst policymakers. Now older people can be seen as a social and productive resource if the adequate conditions are given, and an invaluable resource to their societies. So I would like to mention some cases of how care is being rethought, how care is being innovated. I want to start with China, because they were the most they were, I won't say the most, I would say they were very clearly, they had a clear strategic view when in 2015 they launched the rebalancing care through the 97-3 strategy, where 90% age at home, whether it's self-care, in home care support, family support, and family being supported to support older persons, 7% at community care, and only 3% on institutional care. So they developed this in many ways, in different contexts, whether it's in the highly developed Shanghai or in the rural settings of Shaanxi province, no? But in all cases, there was some investment within communities and strong policies integrating healthy aging, active aging, aging in place, and this link between family, community, and state. I think that was a very relevant experience for the region, the deinstitutionalizing the perception and the practice of care. Two highly developed countries, or high-income countries, let's say Japan developed a Chiki Hoakatsu strategy, a community-based integrated care system that is being completed, is being fully implemented in Japan this year in 2025. And it integrates medical care, long-term care, prevention, housing, all those areas which previously were segmented, were implemented in a different manner. In the late 1990s, for example, Japan had a big problem because they had a high emphasis in the medicalized care rather than in the integrated approaches to care. And then, since then, they have been gradually changing towards this approach of communities, no? Transferring responsibility from institution to communities. In the Republic of Korea, they are a bit one step behind Japan, no? But they, in the last few years, they moved towards community care focus, enabling older people to age in place through localized integrated services. One thing about Korea is that they put a lot of emphasis in technology and the link with local volunteers, in many cases older people themselves. In middle-income countries, Thailand, Vietnam, for example, Thailand has an incredible positive experience since 2016. The community-based long-term care with trained village volunteers has been using the local networks, local community knowledge connections networks, and supporting them by formalizing their status as village volunteers with training and sometimes with a small monitoring, no? And in Vietnam, the intergenerational self-help club models, which is based on multifunctional organizations that provide not only care, income security, healthy aging, social connections, linked with the health system. So this intergenerational model is now being scaled up nationally. There are at the moment over 7,000 of these clubs in Vietnam. And mind you, at the moment is the largest home care provider in the country. So that's another innovation. In Singapore, we had, with some colleagues probably present here, we had the opportunity to visit the Whampoa Center as a prototype for integrated community-based support for older people, no? And they provide health, social, emotional support, active aging programs, home visits. And I think one interesting characteristic of Singapore is that they demonstrate that even in highly dense settings, like in Singapore, you can create age-friendly spaces, age-friendly approaches that maintain the independence of older people and at the same time the social connections and the support for older people. So that's a very positive experience. And now one case that I want to highlight is India, the most populated country in the world, and rapidly aging too, by the way. Niti Aayog, which is the organization that replaced the National Planning Institute, recently launched an idea that is at the conceptual and pilot stage, but they say that care in the future has to be non-institutionalized as a priority based on aging in place and community-supported models. But so India, you have this intention at the policy level, and these grassroots initiatives, like I saw in Tamil Nadu, for example, of community-based care, but the gap is still big. In conclusion, I think we have to think of care like all other areas that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation in a different way, because we cannot expect that if we do these things as we did them 10 years or 20 years ago, we would get different results. No, I mean, we need to innovate. We need to rethink societies. We need to redesign societies. And in care, we see, for example, two things that are striking. Social and technological innovations go hand by hand, and in technological innovations without social innovation, they limp, and social innovations without the help of technological innovations might also be not as effective as they could be. But at the core of all these innovations are communities, and within communities and communities provide the link between older people, family, community, and state. And I think that communities in the aging societies will be a key component of their configuration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, even though you're not here, Mr. Klein. But again, he has highlighted that we have to, like, he has given us some examples of the countries like China rethinking care, focus more on clear strategic viewpoint and integrated care services, while in Singapore focus more on the community as well. Think about a age-friendly space where we can provide social support, or maybe even in Thailand, we promote a lot of community-based long-term care as well. So that will be the last version of our keynote address today. So now we have like 15-minute break. You can enjoy our exhibition outside, and we will be served to guide the VVIP here to visit the exhibition. And we have some reward for those who visit all exhibitions as well. We have like a stamp, right? And if you collect all the stamp from every exhibition, you got a reward from our other persons at the center. We have a special souvenir, a token of things that if you visit, please just enjoy the exhibition. And we have 15 minutes to enjoy the exhibition and come back for the next session. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's now time for our next session. So if you are still outside, please get into the conference room so that we can keep it in time for the session 3.ท่านใดที่อยู่ด้านนอกขอเรียนเชิญกลับเข้าไปยังห้องประชุมได้เลยนะคะเราจะเริ่มเซสชั่น3เพื่อที่เราจะไม่ได้เสียเวลานะคะแล้วก็ไม่ทำให้ล่าช้านะคะอีกครั้งนะคะสำหรับผู้ที่เข้าร่วมการประชุมผ่านทางออนไลน์ค่ะสามารถดาวน์โหลดเอกสารได้ทางลิงก์ที่อยู่ในแชทบ็อกซ์นะคะหรือถ้าจะกดเป็น interpretation ก็มีฟังก์ชันให้เลือกภาษาไทยได้เลยนะคะเรามีล่ามบริการแปลให้ค่ะ So please, I kindly ask all of you to return to your seats so that we will not delay our lunch time. I think you are all going to be hungry and we don't want to delay. Me neither. So we will begin our session 3 shortly. The session 3 is a panel discussion and we have 4 speakers today and 1 moderator. So this morning we have many honorable speakers who have highlighted the importance of integrations and the importance of community-based care system and the importance of rethinking about innovation when we talk about care system. It's no longer one particular dimension, so it needs to be addressed at many multi-dimensions. And we can't work alone, like Archive says. They are not the operator, but they are connected, right? And so this session, are you ready? This session, after the break, have you all visited exhibitions anyway? Please raise your hand just to give me some moral support. Have you visited exhibitions? Yeah, 1. Did you got a stamp? You know you got a tiny reward. Great. Try to collect all. You will have a reward. It's from a percent from our older care for older persons under our responsibility. So please visit that and collect the stamps so that you can get a reward back to your home country or into your home if you're in this country. All right, so I'm going to start the session 3. And the session 3 is a panel discussions. And today we have the session 3. The thematic discussion is about strengthening care system across the life course, enabling development, dignity, and productivity for all ages. So it's going to explore how strengthening care system through a life course approach contributes to the development of older persons and promote inclusive and equitable development. It highlights the integration of economic, social, and institutional policy to extend productivity, enhance work-life expectancy, and ensure continuity of care and support across life stages. So we have an honor from Ms. Usa Hyerod, Head of International Relations Department, Foundation of Older Persons Development, or FORDEF, to be our moderator today. Ms. Usa Hyerod, if you are ready, the floor is yours, and a loud applause for her, please. And music, please.
So good morning, everyone. Still morning, right? And and thank you for the introduction as well. So this session, as our MC mentioned, it will be discussing strengthening care system across the life course. enabling development, dignity, and productivity for old age. So that's the title of the session. And actually, the session is getting easier, I think, as the time passes, because this morning, during the opening session, and also the keynote speaker is already set a very good, background of what is about this care system, that it, have to look into this using this life cost perspective. And we are very honored to have a very strong panelists. We have 4 panelists from different background. We have 2 leading economists, and also a leading voice in the healthcare and the integrated care system. And last, we also have our panelists, who are a leader in terms of community-based initiative, mobilizing other people. And so I would like to introduce our prominent panelists. And the first one, I am trying to be modern by using my my mobile phone in using as a note. Let's see. Our first panelist, Dr. Wasuntara Yengplung. She's senior universal health coverage specialist at the ASEAN Development Bank. Please. And our second panelist, please welcome Dr. Dararat Anantana Suwong from NIDA. And the third panelist, Dr. Ken Chumawa Chawa from ILO, the regional office in Bangkok, please. And the last one, last but not least, Ms. Thuy Bichtran from Vietnam. She is from HealthPage International Office in Vietnam. So our session, we have 45 minutes, and with this very strong panelists, and each panelist will have about 7 to 8 minutes to speak on the topic that they are focusing on. But before that, and when we talk about, care system from the perspective of life cost approach, we may have to, at first, I think it's going to be very difficult to kind of introduce this, or it may be quite complex, but then as I mentioned, this morning, the session is already introduced those concepts. What is a care system in, looking from the life cost perspective, is look like, and what is based on. And many of the speaker this morning, highlighting the concept of, or the key point in terms of collaboration, and this right-based approach, the integration of services, and other than including the intergenerational approach, looking from the from birth to later age, the well-being in later age. So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Wasuntara from Asia Development Bank. She will be looking into healthcare and also integrated care system, and taking into consideration the life cost perspective and how investing in this comprehensive care can actually help, making sure that everybody have their care need met so throughout the lives, and at the same time facilitating development. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Kunusa. It's been a pleasure to be here. So my name is Basantara. I'm representing Asian Development Bank. We are based in Manila, and I've been there for about 60 years and developing, supporting developing member countries. So one thing I want to say is that aging is an important topic because it's cut across two main areas: health, which is ADB working towards universal health care for all, but also social development and social protection, which is really going to be quite important for one of the arguably the most important or largest group population subgroup going forward. Aging is also quite important for me personally as well. Before joining the bank, I spent about 15 years doing research, but more on determinants of aging well, dying well. So coupled with that, it's also important to understand what are determinants of this and what supports are required for a lot of countries who are actually still in a lower and middle income setting. So maybe if it's okay, could I please have one other slide? So actually, coincidentally, 3 weeks ago, ADB hosts its first health forum. It's called Inspire. That's inclusive, sustainable, prosperous, and also resilient health systems. And one of the sessions we have, which actually on healthy aging and the integrated role of the long-term care. I think it's like I can see this. I think, yeah. It is encouraging to also see that the participants and also the delegates and we have agreed that long-term care is a core component of the health and also social protection systems. But actually many facets of that, and from the keynote speakers earlier today has set up a lot of this key issue. But I want to highlight, first of all, about quality of care. Quality of life, that how it's related to the outcomes for the caregivers, but also for care recipients or the older persons. We are looking at three main areas: how to make it sustainable, and it's also on the financial side as well, how to make it equitable, and also how to promote this functional aging at individual level and empower the people themselves. So 4 of the main areas we wanted to highlight, and actually, as I mentioned this morning, is about caregivers. The way we look at it is that they're part of the unit. So caregivers and care recipients are usually living in the same household. They actually having the same risk factors. And also going through that cycle of caring for loved one, losing the loved one, and also how they actually maintain themselves financially, and also maintain the quality of care. What we also find as a cycle is that carers themselves, one day will become care recipients. So how do they actually break this cycle and make this quality of care for all? We're also looking at 2 other dynamics and how not only we're looking at the higher level of care, geriatricians, but also how to integrate this at a primary healthcare level. Because as you say, a lot of older persons, when they go to primary healthcare, health centers for monitoring, follow-up, all this blood pressure, high blood sugar, is really a part of the front line of how people maintain their health and also trying to minimize all these non-communicable diseases burden. We also want to look at how to make these healthy aging centers sustainable, and that's at the community levels, but also at a higher referral system as well. Importantly, as what we heard from Dr. Eduardo Klein, there's a number of community-based models, and that's also what ADB with the social protection team has been working on. But they're not all made equal, and they're not all the same. So one of our comparative studies in Sri Lanka, in Mongolia, in Vietnam, and in Thailand, there are commonalities of what works and in the community healthcare settings, but some of them are also not the same. So hence the two other aspects we want to highlight here. And one of them is how of the government approach. As we know, a lot of healthy and old aging persons are really between Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Development, but also can go above and beyond. Like for example, in Thailand, it's also Ministry of Interior with the decentralization and also the municipalities' involvement on paying for caregivers for the older persons. And lastly, also want to reflect on one of the examples as well that, so for example, if China is going around this 97.3% rule of 90% people living at home, 70% of people in community level, and also 3% at institutions. But this might not fit to other countries. I think it's also important to go back to individuals and also older persons as well. Like what are the functional level? What are their values? Do you prefer to be at home? And what aging in place means to them? And that's where we bring it together in terms of depending on the having this agenda as part of the national consideration.
So thank you very much, Dr. Wasuntara. I'm going to call your last name, but Dr. Wasuntara. So she has highlighted, this the important, issue in terms of long-term care. For ADB, I think we'll talk about long-term care, not only for older people, but it actually across the life course. But however, looking at the population aging, and then ADB give lots of attention to populate older population. And of course, then when we look at I think this morning as well, that when we talk about, caregiving or long-term care, of course, we have to pay lots of attention to care recipient. But at the same time, I think this conference also, reminding us that when care happening, it affects both sides in terms of both caregiver and also those receiving care. So we should pay attention to both. And she also, highlight this, one, this community-based happening, which is very good. Like this morning is also mentioned, but we also have to recognize the diversity, of the model. And also setting the role of the government will be very important. But at the same time, we also have to look at, maybe like a one side that fits all, like then we have to look at what is really the preference of those care recipient, and I would say also care provider. And so this will be very important. It go back to what we talk about, at the end, we have to ensure that care system, is for everybody. It's from the very beginning of the life through old age, and both caregiver and care recipient and those, on those involved, we have to be taken into consideration when talking about it. So thank you very much, Dr. Wasuntara. She highlight this, compelling, issue, and at the same time, I think looking into this, investment that is needed to be, pay attention seriously, that investment in care is also for development, including the economic development, which is very much interrelated. So, so thank you very much for that. And our next panelist, Dr. Dararat Anantana Suwong. And she's is a respected economist, I think, and she is going to, I think, present some, thought-provoking in terms of looking at, aging. When we say who, and this productive, or the contribution across the life course. No? So please, Ajahn.
Thank you very much. To cut long story short, I think that all the care system, all the policy or measure to take care of the older people or people in the aging society. I think the main thing is basic or the mindset of looking at the issue here. So for Thailand case, we become aging society within only 22 years, and we're going to be the super aged society in another 10 years. So we still do the same kind of policy measure. I mean, in terms of the concept of looking at the aging population in Thailand, we used to look at aging people are burdened, vulnerable. So maybe the new mindset that will suit the lifelong approach, the integrated care system. We have to look into a new dimension of aging society or aged people. Right now, the global attention paid on what we call the longevity dividends. So it means that people live longer and healthier. And also you have the gap of this long life, the lifespan, and also the health span. And you also have the unhealthy lifespan. And for men and for women, they are different. And especially for gender issue here, women will live longer, healthier, but also longer time of getting bad health. So what we're going to do with this to deal with this kind of well-being of the people that live longer, healthier, and also unhealthy. So in this case, we have to look back to the new concept. So aging people are not burdened, are not vulnerable. Maybe part of them or a certain age group, but there are also another age group that's still active or productive here. So that's why this longevity dividends should lead to a new dimension of policy formulation, and especially for the care system. And sorry. Under this productive aging mean that aging people can contribute longer and in more dimension than only the caregivers. I mean, the vulnerable need care, or they still enjoy life. They can work and they can take voluntary work or just taking education or anything that they like to do. And this because of the mandatory retirement age that make them into this framework here. But the new concept about the productive aging and also the prospective age concept that looking at aging as a future life, or the what they call the expected life. And this, again, I mean, the old concept of aging is chronological age, which means you look at the past of their life, how they do and what kind of problem they face. So the prospective age is a new concept of looking at age people that they can contribute more in more roles in this society. And this one, the remaining life expectancy here is the key that reflect the needs and the capacity of older people. The new prospective age lead to a new kind of a life cycle model. The traditional life cycle model is about, people born and then go to school, and after that go to work, and after that you retire, and that you're dead. So the new multi-state life, the multi-state model of life cycle here means that during the life time, you can change, you can, adjust your life. You can work, you can not work, or you just, doing some other thing that you like. So this also reflects a kind of a dignity of the older people here. So multi-state model will lead to a new kind of study or research or analysis about the contribution of the aging people. I give you some idea of the work with the multi-state life model that we did compare in ASEAN country here. This is the OECD and area project about, the multi-state life and also the working life approach here. And this kind of analysis can be done with the longitudinal data on aging, which in Asia here or in ASEAN, we have many countries that start collecting this kind of longitudinal data. This is the example of the estimation of the life expectancy and working life expectancy of the population of in ASEAN. And this is the case of Thailand. This is the life expectancy at 60, then the working life expectancy here. And you can see that the lifespan or life expectancy for Thailand in 2020 is about 24.5, or it's about 25 years. And we estimate project the transitional probability, the multi-state transition probability. Then you can see that each 5 years that people age 60 will have a longer life. But working life also longer, but not that much. So it's about less than 1 year. But the non-working life expectancy is about 2 point some years that we can expect that they will change, or they will enjoy working here. This kind of example under the new perspective of the productive life and the prospective age with the multi-state of life cycle, with the longitudinal database. It's just my presentation today that, okay, we have alternative way and new way of looking at aging people and the contribution of aged society here. So I think that the main point is that maybe the new concept of the productive aging will lead to a kind of abolishment of retirement age. Maybe we don't have to concern about at what age we are going to retire. And maybe we, in terms of policy, to help or promote the economic stability of aging people, we might looking at the eligible pension age. Maybe that will be more reasonable for the new concept of the aging society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dararat. Yeah, she started with saying that we can really do the same thing when thing has already changed, thing around us has changed. and highlighting this emerging concept about prospective age and those chronological age, which is actually determine looking at how long we have lived, but actually we should look at 60, then how many years that we will continue to live is not what we have lived. And that will then looking into that possibility of being, we are living longer, both men and women. And we can use that remaining years in a more productive way. And we have to start, she highlight this very important thing, that you have to start changing the mindset, Older people not only burden, but they can be a significant contributor to society, starting by changing, by believing that they can. But at the same time, the environment we have to change, including the policy. And she also highlight this study, showing that we people know that we live longer, but looking into how many years while we are living longer, that we actually people actually spend those years in a productive way, contributing to economy. And so we live many more years, but the year that we spend is in for productive contribution in terms of economic is less. So meaning that there is some constraint, that doesn't facilitate the contribution of people who consider being old chronologically and having no retirement age to say you are old. And with those concepts of yes, and you are old, you are not really expected to be very active. And but there is this great opportunity that we can, build on, and using this research, at the very beginning of it, but much more can be done. So thank you very much, Dr. Dararat, for, this, provoking our thinking of how we should looking at being old, especially in ASEAN at the very beginning of the session of, highlighting, that our population aging, everybody on the country at different pace aging. And for Thailand, we already, we an age or complete age society. So with that, thank you very much again. And now we are moving toward our, move on to our third panelist, Dr. Ken Chumuwa Chawa is a regional economic, as I mentioned earlier, social analyst at the unit at the IO regional office. And he will be looking into this, labor market and older worker. And I think it connect nicely with Dr. Dararat's presentation. So please, Dr. Chawa.
So thanks very much, moderator. My presentation will situate old people into the labor markets. And I will start really by highlighting the labor market trends in Asia and the Pacific. And then I'll particularize at one point for the different countries, including Thailand. So really, it is to promote decent work and social justice, if you like, to manage aging. I want to start by I want to start by just looking at where we are in terms of employment in this Asia Pacific. And two things that are clear in this region is that we have seen a trend of declining labor force participation rates, but also employment to population ratios. And this decline has gone all the way until when we got into COVID, and we got a recovery from COVID in 2020, 2021. But what are these reasons that are actually pushing this decline? Two main reasons. One is that our young people have actually enlisted into education. So more young people are actually going into school. But one more important one is that the society is aging and people are leaving the labor force. And therefore, over time, we are seeing a case where we're having a decline, a long-run decline in these important variables: labor force participation and the employment to population ratio. But what is happening in Asia and Pacific is a very interesting scenario in terms of employment, apart from the fact, of course, that those two variables are declining, is that we have 164 million people who are willing to work but are not able to do so. So 164 million people in the region that are willing to work but are not able to do so. So some of this group is what we call the unemployed. People who would like to work, they're searching for work, but actually not getting these jobs. Then there are those people who want employment, but they're not searching. And one of the reasons is really indeed the issue that we're discussing here today. You may want to get a job, but maybe you're chronically ill because of your age. And therefore, you cannot actually look for this job. At the same time, caregivers. Somebody would move out of the work because they have to take care of their elderly parents at home. So we therefore look at this in terms of two important concepts. One is the unemployment and the unemployment rate, so which is 4.5% in this Asia Pacific, but also what we call the jobs gap, that which looks at the combination of people who are unemployed, but also those who may be willing to work, but are not looking just because they are constrained. And one of the constraints would be aging. What also complicates, or what is also an important characteristic in Asia Pacific, is that although we look at the broader issue of aging, we also understand that women are much more out of the labor force than men. So if you are aging and you are a woman, then it puts you at even a higher challenge than probably if you are a man. But at the same time, when we look at our young people, we see that more females are actually not in education, employment, or training as well, if you compare that with young men. So again, the intergeneration issues come in here. We have got to take care of those who are aged. We have to take care of those who are young and aging as well. But I think more interesting in the Asia and Pacific is that where do people work? So you have a complication of older workers, you have a complication of people who are aging, but you have a bigger complication of the quality of work. So 1.3 billion people in Asia and the Pacific are actually working in informal employment. If you are informally employed, it means you're working in a sector that has decent work deficits, so you don't have the right contracts, you don't have social protection, you don't have better rights at work, and so on and so on. You don't have a dignified income. In the morning, we are told about aging with dignity. So we have 1.3 billion, and you know what? This is the highest figure globally. The highest absolute figure for people who are working in the informal employment globally happens to come from Asia and the Pacific. It's about 66% if you look at it in percentage terms. At the same time, we have a number of people who are actually in poverty. So already you have that we have that constraint of aging, and 73 million people actually are still in extreme poverty. One more minute. Okay, I've seen that I've 1 more minute, and thanks to my colleague who has given me this. But that is an important graph that we see there, because that is showing us that the speed of aging in Asia Pacific is the highest globally. Now, it took about 60 years for advanced countries to move from the ratio of 0.14 to 0.9 in terms of old age dependency. It's going to take only 27 years for Asia and the Pacific. Now, that means a lot of care work will be needed. That means that we will have to take care of older workers much more than we have, particularly because when the advanced countries were moving, they had some institutions for them set. We do not have. So it means when we're talking about caregiving, we're also talking about putting institutions that actually should provide that demand for caregivers, but that process of caregiving as well. I'll jump some of these slides to just get to the 1 minute that is remaining that I've been reminded. But I want to highlight important issues there that when we look at our older workers in this region, we find that aging actually puts them at a more disadvantageous position in the workplace than anybody else, which is something that we have got to reverse. So for example, if an older worker loses a job, it is very difficult for them to get an equivalent job again. But also these people, once they lose these incomes, it becomes very difficult again to survive without any institutional care that is available. At the same time, anybody at the workplace will look at training younger people than training older people. So access to training, access to upskilling, access to reskilling becomes even a big challenge for those who are older. But more importantly, I talked about 1.3 billion people being in informal employment. 18% of older people are more likely to be in formal employment. We also see that 29% more of them are in on account contributing family work. We know that most of them, because we are not reskilling or upskilling them, are likely not to be actually in high-skilled jobs. And most of them find solace in agriculture. People say, I will retire and I will go to my farm. But maybe we know that agriculture doesn't give us that important incomes that we probably would get from other sectors as well. I'm just about to conclude, but I just want to add something important here, that when we look generally at aging, one important thing is that we have got to prepare social protection systems that will support these life course processes. But unfortunately, when we look at data, you realize that there's normally insufficient coverage for those who are old. We also see that there's a high prevalence of low incomes. We also see that in general, they do not have enough money or funds or accumulated funds that can be used when they're actually old. And if you look at the data, you realize that investments in social protection in the region are also quite low. We see, for example, expenditure for social protection ranging between 5.1 or sometimes 1.3, 3.8, which is really low. And of course, the number of those who are actually getting some support, during the pensionable age is also low. What does this mean? This means that we have got to do two main things, and I will stop there. The two things that we will have to do, I hope you can see that. It's not yet coming up. Okay. Two things that you would want us to do. In the presence of older workers, in the presence of aging, we are left with nothing except to raise our productivity, to take care of that loss that we are going to get because people are getting older. Of course, we have got to take care of this, so caregiving systems will be important, but we must raise our productivity. The other one I've said already is to invest better in our social protection systems, but maybe to also provide skills and training for older workers. One thing that I have always detested, and I see this again and again, are adverts which say, we are looking for a chief executive officer, but you must be below 45 years old. And I said to myself, but I'm above 45 and I'm still capable. Discrimination. And I saw this in the concept note about ageism, discriminating, in terms of age. That we may want to stop. I want to stop here.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shawa. I think Dr. Shawa, started with highlighting challenges, but and especially that women, and especially women in old age and older worker in general, they are more vulnerable than other worker. Even they are, or worker are usually, many of them are already in a very vulnerable situation because the majority or many of them are working in the informal sector without sufficient social protection coverage. But he ends nicely that even on those challenges, there are way out. We have to pay more attention to improving social protection coverage or service of our system, and also pay more attention to investing in raising productivity. We have no way out. We have to do that, and then stop age discrimination, including in employment. So thank you very much for that. So our next panelist and Ms. Thuy Bích Tran. She is from Vietnam. She is the director of HealthPage International in Vietnam, and she's one of leading, she lead an organization that actually have, very good at mobilizing older people for community-based initiative, supporting and addressing challenges and also opportunity, arise from population aging. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Usa. I'm thinking how I can not hide the screen. Maybe it's better. Yeah, this one. I see that. Yes. So thank you very much. In the next 7 minutes, I will try to bring you to Vietnam to understand what are the challenges for the country like Vietnam, still the lower middle income countries, and it's getting old very fast. So how can we meet the needs of care and support for our older person in? So as you all of the speaker mentioned this morning, we are getting aging very, very fast. Here it takes us, according to GSO in Vietnam, it takes us about 25 minutes to move from an aging to an aged society, and another 55 minutes to move from an aged to the super aged society. However, from another source of UN, it takes us only like 18 years only. So it's very fast, and we have very limited to prepare for an aged and super aged in the coming years. So Vietnam recently set a very high, very ambitious target that by 2045, we will become a high-income country. So is it 45? However, it is projected that we will become an aged society by 2036. So it's very clear that we are getting old before we are getting rich. Very limited resources to prepare properly for an aged society. So what we should do? How to meet the increasing and complex care needs for an aging population. So the intervention here is, yeah, and before that, I think that it's not okay. So look at the who care, who are the caregivers in Vietnam. So nearly 96% caregivers for older person with the long-term care needs are the family members. So they just stay at home and the family members are the primary caregivers. The formal care play a very small role. And now the government are discussing with the health and social care sectors how to improve this. An institutional care system, including both private and public, covers only like more than 1% of those who need care for ADI, for ADL. Yeah, so in this context, the demand is high, the supply is reduced, mainly because of the reduced informal care providers. Then what we should do? First, we should decrease the demand through prevention, promotion, active aging, and self-care. And we should increase the supply through supporting to the families and engagement of more volunteers, because we are aging and more older people, they want to do the voluntary work. They want to help others. So we utilize this one to promote their role and promote so that they can help others. And we also need to extend the long-term care service, especially the government pay more attention at the home-based and community-based services. So in this context, we have the very limited resources. And the coordination is still very poorly between the social and the health services. And at that time, the country start with very community-based organization. It's an intergenerational self-help clubs. In short, it's the ISSC. And what is the ISSC? It is a community-based organization that not only provide care and support services for people, both young and old. Even children, they also provide care and support for those who need help in the community. But they also promote the role and the contribution of the older people and the one who become old, the middle age mainly. And they also protect the club members and the community members, most of them who are the vulnerable people. So this model targets more on majority of the members are older people, majority are women, and majority are poor or near poor or socially, economically vulnerable. And they are established at the community level, older people-led, community-based, voluntary social organization. And the government assigned Association of the Elderly as a mass organization in Vietnam to provide technical support and supervision to the clubs. And the clubs, a typical club, have at least 8 core areas of activities. Through these activities, you can see that the club is really comprehensive and not only care, but also provide preventive long-term care and promote the active aging and self-care for the not older people, but also the pre-old and the younger one. So the activities include the social and control social bond, promote social bonding and exchange visit. People in Vietnam, they love singing and dancing and visit each other. And the club promote that. And they also have food and income security, the health care through the physical exercise, health sport, and health screening, health checking up, and access to the health insurance, because in Vietnam, not all older people have health insurance card. And they also provide community-based care through the home care volunteers who are both young middle age, and old people. And they also provide emergency support, especially in terms of typhoon, flood, or someone has an accident, some emergency support. And they also contribute to their community development by older people, by near old, and by young people, but led by older people, so that they can do something to support their communities. And they also promote lifelong learning. Young and old help each other, and rights and entitlements. Because in Vietnam, we have very good law and policy, but not all older people are aware of it, and not all the people can access to their rights and entitlements. And the last one is resource mobilization, because we are in low resource setting. However, the individual and the community and the private sector also want to contribute. So they need someone to mobilize the resources in the community so that they can be together with the government limited budget or resources to provide care and support for those in need. Through the years, 15 years already, and we, with the international support, UNFPA, World Bank, ADB, COICA, HelpAge Korea, EU, and many others. We piloted many, we already implemented many projects, and through all of these projects, we have baseline and endline, and we see the significant improvement in many aspects, not only care. So majority of the club members reported that joining the club, they feel happier, they feel more confident, more empowered, healthier, and wealthier. And their community solidarity is much improved through the activities of the club. So it is very comprehensive. But in this one, I'm more focused on the care and support. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the 8 core areas of activities of the club is the community-based care. So each club, they mobilize from 5 to 10 community volunteers who want to help others. Yeah, and they live nearby, the one who need help. Yeah, and then the club provide very comprehensive care services, including social care, just befriending, talking, visiting, and others. And personal care with ADI, ADL and IADL, personal hygiene, yeah, everything. And they also work together with the healthcare provider to provide healthcare services. And the living support. They mobilize the wheelchair, the classes, or even the Labor Day to help them in need. Yeah, and recently, with the support from both ADB and UNFPA, we piloted an advanced version of ISSC. The ISSC worked closely with the government and health and social care service provider of the government to provide more quality and integrated care and support for those in need. And we are very happy to see that the ISSC already in the national policy, so we have 9,000 ISSC in all the 63 provinces, and it will be increased very fast in the near future. And the government has the plan to bring the club and the government public services to work together to improve the care and support quality to those in need. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you very much for sharing with us this inspiring community initiative, mobilizing older people to provide community-based care, and at the same time promoting role of older people as caregiver, collaborating with different sectors. So if you want to know more, she's here, so can approach her individually. So for now, so thank you very much. I know that they say time is up.
Yeah,
and
sorry,
thank you very much for our panelists for this very important contribution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, ค่ะเช่นกันนะคะ Thank you very much, our moderator, คุณสา Hiras, as well. So we have finished with the panel discussion, but not yet finished with the working group discussion. So today we also have the working group discussion. So we can come up with recommendations. And I just want to inform you that we will be divided into 4 groups. 2 groups speaking English. Another 2 groups will be speaking Thai. So for Thai, if you're comfortable with Thai language, please come to the group 3 and 4 over there, to group 3 and 4, and 1 and 2 for English speaking participants. And I will hand microphone to Mr. Atipat from UNFPA to be the moderator for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the MC. The next session will be between us and lunch. So I think we can try to manage the time, not too long, but the next one will be very important, following up to the panel discussion on strengthening care system across the life course, enabling development, dignity, and productivity for all ages. Now we are going to have the group discussions on the main topic of co-creating life course-based care solutions, stakeholder reflections, and policy directions. So you'll be divided into 4 groups. The group 1, group 2 will be conducted in English, and the group 3 and group 4 will be conducted in Thai. So you're pleased to join any group. For the shares that we have provided in each group, there are about 10 shares there. So if you're maybe if you're male participants, maybe you can bring your share to the groups that you prefer. So we'll have 4 questions, but each group will be able to discuss and also like select a few questions to answer, 1 or 2 questions only that you can discuss and reflect back. So you have about 15 to 20 minutes of group work, and then each group will have 5 minutes to report back, and then we have a summary before our lunch. So basically now please proceed to the group. Any groups that you like. We have key facilitators from 4 institutions, from 4 resource persons. The first group will be led by facilitator Trúc Ngọc Huang Dang from Institution for Population and Social Research, IPSR. Group 2 will be conducted in English as well by Prao Yam Noi and Jutatip Marto, Health System Research Institute are the facilitators on group 2, and group 3 will be facilitated by lecturer Professor Orawan Prasit Siripon from College of Population Studies, Chulalongkorn University, and group 4 will be also conducted in Thai by Assistant Professor Shadatan Osatit from College of Population Studies, Chulalongkorn University. Please feel free to select the group that you like to go. Group 1 in English, group 2 in English, group 3 and 4 in Thai. So you will have 4 questions to discuss, but you can select to respond 1 or 2 questions. Maybe I can read the questions out loud for your preparation first. The first one, we would like to discuss about how can we strengthen care systems, both for those receiving care and those providing care across life course to support older persons' active participation in development, including work, education, volunteering, and civil engagement, while addressing barriers such as ageism, digital exclusion, and poverty. These questions align with MIPA emphasis on integrating older persons into economic and social life, priority direction 1, and invites reflection on future-ready care models that enhance productivity and dignity for all ages. For the question 2, you can discuss about what policy or system level innovations are needed to ensure income security, social protection, and access to care for older persons in rapidly changing contexts, including migration, urbanization, technological shifts such as AI and automation, informal work, climate change, and demographic transition. These questions guide discussions towards inclusive and adaptive policies that address emerging social, economic, and environmental trends. And the question 3 that some of the group might select to discuss is what are forms of multi-stakeholder cooperation, for example, across ministries, across sectors or across communities are the most effective in sustaining life cost-based care systems, and how can we build enabling environments that integrate care into development planning, long-term care systems, disaster resilience, and digital inclusion. For this discussion, we encourage the exploration of cross-sectoral strategies and institutions reforms, highlighting how development frameworks can embed care as a foundation for resilience, equity, and inclusive growth. And the last question is on how can data and research system be enhanced to better capture the life cost contribution and care needs for older persons in ways that support evidence-based policy making and anticipate future trends in aging and productivity and intergenerational solidarity. So this one will discuss about the priority direction one and encourage reflection on how data can support proactive policies such as lifelong learning, work-life extension, digital inclusion, and social protection. This aligns with forward-looking strategies, including integration of aging into development planning, the use of technology and resilience frameworks, while also generating practical measurements that have new indicators on national surveys, modifications, and longitudinal tracking of work-life expectancy. So please feel free to choose the questions that your group prefer to discuss, one or two only. It can be duplicated with other groups, that's fine, because everyone has different views anyway. So please take your time, about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll come back with the report back. Please, the key facilitator in each group, please trying to nominate the speaker representative from your group before your start, and also have one person for note taker so that you can have all put in writing on the flip chart. And while reporting back, you can stand at your group and we will provide you with a wireless mic there so that you can present from your flip chart. Okay, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Yes, please feel free to approach any groups that you like, and also bring your chair as well. Maybe we do not have a chair over there, so just take your chair, take your things, and join a group. We got 1, 2 for English speaker and 3 and 4 for Thai speakers. คนที่พูดภาษาไทยนะคะ ถ้าเกิดสะดวกพูดภาษาไทยขอเรียนเชิญที่โต๊ะที่3และ4นะคะขอบคุณค่ะ
So for the 4 guiding questions are on the screen as well. You can look at the screen for the questions that you would like to choose to discuss. วันนั้นที่เต้เขาไป ตอนนี้ผ่านไปแล้ว5นาทีนะครับ 5 minutes past. I hope every group has already decided which topics you are going to discuss. 5 นาทีผ่านไปหวังว่าทุกท่านจะได้ประเด็นในการหารือแล้วนะครับผมเหลือเวลาอีก10 นาทีนะครับ time flies. We have 10 minutes past. So I hope you got your first questions addressed, and probably you would like to start the next questions already ครับ10 นาทีผ่านไปแล้วนะครับ อาจจะต้องจบข้อ1ไปแล้วนะครับ อาจจะเลือก discuss อีกข้อได้เลยนะครับผม All right, we have about 2 minutes left for reporting back. I think we would like to ask for volunteer the first group. If you are ready, please let me know so that we can go to your group first. And please wrap up in 2 to 3 minutes. จริงๆมันเข้าดาวน์ You have time. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 2. ใช่แต่ว่า report back ก็เป็นกลุ่มแรกครับหรือว่ายังไม่ใช่เขาเพิ่งจะ Excuse me, would you like to go first? 2 minutes left, so if you like to go first, this group อยากพรีเซนต์ก่อนไหมฮะได้ใช่โอเคนำกลุ่ม number 1นะกลุ่ม3 Okay, now we have first volunteer group 3 will be the first to go. Let's wait for 2 minutes. กลุ่มนี้พร้อมจะพรีเซนต์เป็นกลุ่มที่2ไหมครับ 2 minutes gentlemen. One. Would you like to go for the second? Excuse me, you have 1 minute left. I'd like to pause as right? We have group one, group three will be number one. All right, I give you 1 more minute. If you can wrap up, you don't have to cover everything, just keep poise. All right, I think we have the first group, which is ready already. Group 3, let's give us an applause to group 3 to present. Please listen to group 3, please. Please introduce yourself and also the combination of your team and also the topics of your discussion.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, for our
Excuse me, please listen to group 3. Let's group 3 start, please.
Okay. Hello everyone. I'm from Keenan Foundation Asia. Our group we discuss about the question number 2 and number 3. We start with the number 3 because we think is how can we engage like the stakeholder collaboration across section. We bring like the question like how can work like synchronize between each department either on like private sector or public sectors. So we came up with like the how can we find the mechanism. For example, we have to build like ownership for each organization to improve the this challenge, and we have to like brainstorming amongst all stakeholders to find the needs and identify what's the challenge and the issue in those communities. And then we have to have like the strategic planning to build like the milestone. So everyone that work engaging on this can have the same picture. So we can go like directly to our goal, can be like achieved more like effectively. Yes, and yeah, we also discussed about how to like build the connection and how to build like the environment to elderly in every level. I think it's maybe only different for the elderly people in the urban area and rural area as well. So how can we create those kind of environment for all kind of the elderly people? And yes, and the last one I think is how can each like organization sharing the same data. So I think we think would be better to have like the data hubs to like connect all the data that we have and then share to make it more like effective to use the data to improve the community. And for okay, and next, continue from the question number 3. We still need to like flip down like mostly the Thai government we work like the top down policies. So we have to flip up like have to hearing what the community needs, what the grassroots needs actually. So we work from that part and then we go up to the high level and then we can create like policy makers or something that can like enforce for every sector in Thailand. And go to the question number 2, like the policy or system level innovation on needs to ensure like income security. We think like we have to prepare the policy for pre retirement plan. So everyone should have like retirement plan, either like if I think that someone mentioned like old before rich or rich before old. That's the important thing on this. Some of our partner like they mentioned about like 4 dimension of the being like with the elderly person. Like we have to focus on the health dimension, society, environment, and how to generate income for the elder person as well, so that will be more sustainable for them to living after their retirement period. And more than that, we have to provide like accessment to the healthcare service like nearby their home, because the elderly, they have like limitation to go outside to go or maybe travel so that far. So having like the healthcare center or health service nearby the elderly person will be better for them. Yeah. And yeah, live with the life quality and die with the live, sorry, living will. Yes, that's all from our group. Thank you.
Thank you very much for group 3, which is the first group who presenting. Let me recap here so that I don't have to recap later on. So the group 3 has responded to question 3. We listen to synchronicity mechanism to improve the aging and also stakeholders to have the mutual goals and to provide enabling environment for older persons in both urban and rural areas, strengthening data system, and also you have the bottom-up kind of approach for community-based initiatives and mobilized for policy making later on. And for the question 2, they talk about the income security. They have the discussion on preparation for the pre-retirement plan, health, to combine health, social, environment, and income security for older persons, and also to provide easy access to health service for older persons who have limitation for travel. We have also the second group here who will go to the second one. Group 2 have representation from group 2. Please introduce yourself and your team and also the questions that you're addressing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of the group 2, I'm Marietta, originally from Indonesia. I just graduated from Institute for Population and Social Research, and currently I'm working with ACAI, ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation. So we are addressing the question number 4. Actually, this is about the data and research system. And the main problem right now is the data dissemination. So there is a data and research, but there is the way they need the policymakers to use and utilize the data to be the policy. So this is the main problem that we have discussed before. And then we are talking about the longitudinal data in ASEAN. So there is a hard data from Thailand and also some data from Indonesia and Malaysia that's funded by ADB. It's a very good opportunity for ASEAN. And also we have the funder by area for the longitudinal data in Vietnam and the Philippines. And the main problem again is how to make this data and research to be a policy. And we discussed a lot during this time, very limited time to discuss. And the main problem is currently about the data protection and also how to be connector. And our main conclusion is we need to make the data and research is not only friendly to the academic sectors, and it should be utilized and also friendly to the NGO and private sector as well. And in this way, ACAI is very happy to welcome call for research and innovation. And during this period, we are still open the proposals, not only to the academic sectors only, but also for the NGO private sector and even for the government sector. So the submission will close by 15 August. And right now we receive a lot of proposals from the non-academic sector. I think it's a very good opportunity for non-academic sector to be involved in the research and data as well. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. From group 2, focusing on data and research. So data-driven policy making to promote the longitudinal data. You have some samples for data in Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. Bring data to the policy and several concerns about the data protection. Why they would like to develop more user-friendly data and utilize the utilization of data across sector. From non-academia, especially the public and also the government and as well as civil society organizations. We have two groups left. Who would like to go first? Group. Okay, we have a volunteer here from group Group 1. And please introduce yourself and your team and also your questions that you're addressing.
Hello, we are Group 1, and my name is Charles. I'm a teacher, university teacher teaching a profession called social work. According to my knowledge, it may be also available in Thailand. So now I would like to take a perspective from social work to introduce what we have discussed. Actually, according to my understanding, I would like to adopt a perspective called person in environment for understanding what we have discussed. Firstly, we would like to introduce what we have discussed regarding those challenges or the situation that being faced by those older people in context. And actually, let me go back to, yes, the need of the older people could have so many aspects regarding their physical health, or maybe in terms of working, maybe, working elder is another critical issue that we have to face. So what we have discussed is regarding how we could, facilitate the private sector. They could allow those older people to work in their company. Of course, it is just one of the examples, as what I said. Older people in an aging society, so many issues that we have to tackle and we have to face. And on the another side, regarding the environment, we have further discussed so many issues. For example, discrimination, how we can, handle or to tackle those stigma of discrimination, or our idea on the older people in short ageism, how we can minimize those negative impact on them. And on the other hand, we have also discussed something regarding the fundamental right from the perspective of what we call the right-based approach to understand what would be the rights of the older people. There is still a gap, between especially the rural area and the urbanized area, for example. Another issue regarding the environmental issue is what regarding the intergenerational gap. Because of the different understanding of our society between the young and the old. So yes, this could be a discrepancy for facilitating a support among each other. For at least in my opinion, not only the younger generation could support the older one, but the wisdom of the older people could also still contribute for the growth of the next generation. So in conclusion, I would like to pinpoint a model called community networking. It is a model quite common in social work macro practice, in which we would like to facilitate an interaction between the person and environment so as to build up their self-help and mutual help capacity together. But I want to pinpoint and highlight that what we would like to leverage is not those most vulnerable people, for example, living in the rural area, those older people. But at the same time, we have to collect the story or what we have understood from those older people and reflect those stories and voices to the policymaker, so that we have to do something firstly, a bottom up, and then to facilitate those power holder or the policymaker to make some refinement, improvement, adjustment to alter the direction of the policy making, so that from bottom up to top down, and at the end we can maybe build up a better caring system for our society. And that is what I would like to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Shaw. From Group 1, Group 1 also discussed about the question 1, the care system to be designed improved to ensure universal and equitable access to primary long-term and mental health care for other persons. So they discuss about the challenges and situations of the persons and how to facilitate the private sector to offer the opportunities for older people, and also to reduce the discrimination on ageism, right-based approach, to work on right-based approach, and let's discuss about difference between or gaps among the urban and rural areas, intergenerational gaps, and also involvement of young people. And last but not least, about the interaction between people and environment, and also focus on the leaving no one behind or working with the most marginalized group, and also use those initiatives to mobilize the policy. That's all. Thank you so very much, group 3, group 1, yes, number 3. And we have the last group here. So who is going to present? Please introduce yourself and your group and the questions that you're addressing, please.
So our group talk about data for silver economy. We begin by taking a question that how can we have a set of data that or many sets of data to help private company, to help private sector in order to build up like startup, something like that, startup company to produce products and service to elderly people. So we start by this question, and then we talk about how can we get all the data, and we try to brainstorm that what kind of data we have nowadays today. So we say that we can have data from Department of Older Person. We can have data, health data from Department of Health, Ministry of Health. We have all kinds of data from many government organizations, okay, many government ministry, but the data are scattered and we cannot share data between these organizations, okay. Another problem is that this kind of data are fundamental data that involve like personal people, personal private data that we do not share with private company. Okay, so that is a very important problem. So what we can do is that we suggest that if we can have all of these government organization to share their data publicly by bribing all the personal private data and make sure that private company can have access to this open data, and they can build on top of those data by themselves. They can do some kind of focus group, some kind of like project, and gain funding from government, something like that, to do survey that what kind of service, what kind of product that older person use. For example, if the older person can be grouped in general, right now they group older person into three groups: social prone, home prone, and then bed ridden. Okay, into three groups, and in this three group, they require different services. They require different products. How can we know how many of them are there in our country, and what kind of product do we need to provide for bedridden older person, to provide for social older person, something like that. So that is what our conclusion is, and we try to find a solution, but because the time is very limited, so we don't have time enough time to do like very detailed for the solution to answer to this question.
Thank you so very much for group 4, which also addressing question number 4. So all in all, we have both all of the groups addressing all 4 questions. So the last one is also data, but also different from the group 2 that's also addressing the data topic. But this one is data for silver economy or data set for private sector use, right? So you want to provide data that are useful for startups or for new businesses to create the relevant services and products to the other persons in different locations, right? So maybe the data harmonization and also data sharing among like ministries, among departments would be critical, and also concerns about that data privacy is also the concerns that addressed here. So thank you so very much, all of the groups. I think we have wonderful results due to the very short time, but hopefully you can also have other sessions to discuss more. Please feel free to exchange and also networking, and I think we now can go to lunch, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Kunum, for coordinator this session. And the next is time to lunch break. We would like to invite every participant to go to lunch break in the 10-4, and we'll be back again about 1:45 p.m. Thank you.ทานข้าวชั้น10แล้วเดี๋ยวเรากลับมาพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งตอนบ่ายโมง45นะคะสำหรับท่านใดที่ยังไม่ได้รับคูปองสามารถรับคูปองได้ที่ด้านหน้าเคาน์เตอร์รีจิสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Okay, this is just announcement for the online participants สำหรับคนที่เข้าร่วมประชุมทางออนไลน์นะคะเราจะไม่ได้มีเป็นการแบ่งกลุ่มนะคะแต่ว่าสามารถให้ข้อเสนอแนะหรือตอบคำถามได้ผ่านทาง Google Form ที่เราส่งลิงก์ใส่ในแชทบ็อกซ์ได้เลยนะคะขอบคุณค่ะ